Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. And this is my virtual trading journal. I think everything's working okay here. Let's just check. Yeah, seems so. So welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I do stream starts every morning at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, which is now. You can see any times that I refer to on my charts or verbally here is Central Standard Time. And you can also notice that the bottom of my all of my screens is the session or system clock to the second and the date. So that ties back to both charting packages just to further the accountability. So couple of notes here. This is my live virtual trading journal. So all trades that I take on Bookmap here are live, real time, and recorded and streamed and never changed. So there's never a playback or a recording or a I did this, look back and go, I got short here because I saw this. None of that crap ever. This is live trading, and this is my trading journal. So who would I be trying to kid? Myself? I don't think so. All right. Now, having said that, I'm not licensed to provide trade or financial advice. And it's not intended for that, but it is my live trading journal. So I only trade structured, vetted setups, which I have statistically verified to have a positive expectancy myself. I've done the homework. I've done the back testing. I have the data. And as I watch those trades start to develop or those setups develop, I articulate that. And then if I get a trigger, I enter the trade and then I manage the trade. That's how it works. This is not my way or the highway. This is strictly everything that I do is completely transparent and completely and fully accountable. And hopefully that this will, spur a conversation and develop with the myself and with the members of that come through here from the chat, etc. So let's get on with it now. Enough of that, I guess. We have the only number out this morning that we have really is we got the FOMC minutes at 1300 this afternoon. So depending on who your broker is, you may have an increased margin rate that you probably would want to know about. I know my broker AMP does that. So that's important to know. This is investing.com. It's my basic old-fashioned trusty news source right there. Investing.com is completely free, and I keep it that way on purpose because I think anybody that comes through the stream should have access to the same resources I do without having to pay for something. You can filter it for wherever you are in the world and whatever reports you're interested in, and notice that the event title turns to a URL if you hover over it. For example, if you don't know what the FOMC meeting minutes are, you can click that link and see the most recent releases and all about. Excuse me. All right. Something else about investing.com. They only report and track typical, conventional, economic, and financial data and reporting. Not you're never going to see a spur of the moment executive sign some executive order or something like that over here. And I appreciate that because that way I can differentiate. On the other hand, Financial Juice, which is my other news source, and it's free, and you can filter it for wherever you are. they tend to pull things like that into their calendar if they can, and I appreciate that because, for example, right here is this ongoing squawk box, and this is just constantly flooded with Trump comments here. Okay, so these things. Now, this is not any kind of a financial or a political commentary, but if you are a trader and if you have been one for a few more than 10 minutes, I guess, lately, you will know that there is a huge possibility or probability that any kind of time Trump's in front of a microphone or something, or other members of the administration, there is a potential risk to the auction. So I want to know about that. As traders today, our primary fundamental job is to preserve our account. Whoever you are and whatever you're trading, a prop firm or a whatever, your own account, whatever it is. That's your basic job. And then to compound or grow it, that's the next step. The fundamental way that you preserve your account is risk management. You cannot manage risk if you don't know it's coming. So I appreciate these kind of things very much. That's why I have both news sources. And it's not, it's not any political comment. Trump can and will say anything he wants to say, and that's fine. But I want to know about it because I want to know what potential there will be to our auction. So there you go. That's the new stuff. Let's get on to the pre-market, which has been a rodeo. I guess you might know that, or if you're not living under a rock. Well, here's our pre-market last night. First of all, this is investing.com. This is my basic news, or my basic charting package. And this is excuse me, this is a book map where I execute this heat map and the columns over here. I'll explain it all in a minute. So here we are. Here was the opening of our ETH session last night. I streamed this in the Globex for the Asian session starting at 1900 until about 2100 or so, or about here. And nothing had really materialized much, so I shut it down as normal. And then, of course, London came in, and about when London came in and news of this story that now we're going to, now it's a war again, I guess. And here is what you have tonight. And here we are. So, a couple of things. We are, this geopolitical disaster is just that. It's a disaster. This is a time when America and the world needs strong, dependable, experienced leadership, and we're not having that at the moment. So there's a problem, and it's manifesting into, spilling over into our financial markets as it should. So here's our open, and we are at least 95% short inventory. Typically, I would say, my estimation would be that we're going to have responsive buying on the open to take back some of this profit. This is being based on some geopolitical drama. We could be just as we would be in a normal RTH trend day where, there is no value. We're looking for value. We're trying to figure out what this thing is worth and where we're going to land based on all of this, super increase in oil, 5% increase in oil right here in this period because of the Straits of Hormuz and this drama that's going on. So, now, basic stuff. Investing.com. InvestorRT, sorry. In the header of every one of these tabs or windows is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can always tell where you are. This tab is my micros. This tab is my minis, and they're exactly the same setup, just different instrument. So that's T-Lab. We'll get onto that in a minute. So what this is the micro ES, the micro NQ, the micro ES high time frame or micro composite chart, and the market profile. And I don't change the market profile between ES and MES. I do change between full session and RTH session. because it stays pretty much the same. As I can tell. Same story again for the minis. Pretty simple. That's my ruling motto is keep it simple, stupid, because that's what I need to do. I'm just an old cowboy from Montana, and I need to have it basic and simple in order to understand what I'm doing. Now, the micro composite chart, let's start with the high time frame and work down. Best always, I think. This is the high time frame chart. This is, again, MES, daily candlesticks, and the RTH session. So each one of these candles is one full RTH trading session, which is about to start now. That's from 8:30 in the morning Central Standard Time until 1600, which is 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yesterday, day before, on we go. Wherever price overlaps, I pull this volume profile around it and continue to do so until they don't overlap. Here we go. Here's the volume profile. Up, boom, gap up. Uh-oh. Didn't overlap. Start a new one. And that's how, very simple. Uh-oh, gap down, start a new one. That's how it works. May not be right. May not be what you think or what somebody else suggests to do. This is what I do, and I am consistent. So that's important to me. By drawing this volume profile, micro composite volume profile, I get a micro composite POC, which is this point of control. This has been here since clear back to 23rd of June. This has not changed. Even though all this drama has happened, we haven't changed this micro composite VPOC, which is kind of, I think, worth noting. These red and green lines simply represent graphically the low and the high volume nodes of this most recent, most current volume profile. And those values push automatically to bookmap. So do the session prices. Let's take a quick look at the volume. Ooh, yes, sirree, they're trading them. Yesterday it was 53 or something. Okay, micro composite. We did that. We know about those things. Okie dokie. Bookmap. Well, we are. The first thing, before we get too far along, I want to point out Blue Boy over here, which is a real sneaky, super buy-oriented indicator called a vertical line. In other words, it's nothing but a vertical line. But I put this on the first print of each session. This was the opening print of the ETH session last night at 1700. And I do that because I know this is the current inside market. This is right here, right now. If this is the first print of the session, that means, without question, that this is the full ETH session from start to right now. So there's no possible way I can not understand what the context was in the session. And that's the whole thinking. Now, the columns from right to left are the micro composite, where I enter these values manually. These are some POCs, which have probably been revisited. I need to take care of. The gap high, because this is the close of yesterday's RTH session, and we're down here, so the gap would be this. The high and low volume nodes, which push from the micro composite chart. And this is the full session volume profile. This started plotting last night. Here's where we were, and then I went to bed, and here's where we are. Thank you very much, 2 o'clock. So this will plot through 1600 today. This is not the ETH. This is the Globex or the full session. And these are the volume profile and the delta of the RTH session, which will reset this morning at 8:30. This is my statistics column, which is extremely important to me. And these are the session prices. I don't have a dome here anymore. But what I do have are the most important columns from the dome. I don't have the dome on here because I don't trade from it. I trade from the active data column over here, the live column. So the two most important columns from any dome are the liquidity. These are the bid or the ask, and these are the bid. at all levels, at all prices, level 2, and these are the prices. Simple. There's no indicator on my book map or my IRT. There are only price, volume, statistics, period. Keep it simple, stupid. There you go. Maybe I'll change that. Stupid's a bad connotation. Anyway, here in the heat map, what do we have? Well, we have price. This is the last price. Not the bid, not the ask. This is where we traded. That's the last price traded. We have a VWAP for the Globex and a VWAP for the RTH, volume weighted average price. We have a POC for the full session, which is kind of a muted yellow, and a brighter POC yellow for the RTH session. Now, none of these are complicated or difficult or mysterious. POC, nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far, 75.45, half, whatever it is, 75.45 has traded 2,424 contracts, period. That's the highest one in this whole list. At any point where one of these prices trades 24.25, this thing will move there. That's all there is to it. It's so simple. We also have just these lines here are some not indicators, but levels that I watch in IRT and I push over to Bookmap so I can trade live. Also, there's like the initial balance high and low. Sometimes those are confusing because of the naming. They only represent the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. Simple. And the rest are, value area high, RTH mid, settlement, previous RTH low. This is yesterday's RTH session low. Here's the overnight mid. I mean, here's the overnight low. That's all there is to it. Now we're going to do the statistics, and that first we have to determine the statistical open type for the day. And I can tell you it's going to be pretty easy to do because there's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, the current market, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? Well, the close I happen to know is right there. So it's lower than the close. How will this price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the previous RTH low. So we can assume that the previous RTH high is above us. So this is lower out of range. It's a gap down. So the next thing we'll do here is change the column title to lower out of range. There we go. And the reason for that is selfish. When I look at a screen snap or the stream, if I can look at this column title because I know I update it every day. I look at this column title and I immediately know the relationship of the overnight trade to where we're going to open. And the next thing we'll do here now is we will delete yesterday's statistics and we'll go find some new ones. There we go. Now, how do we determine the statistics? Well, again, simple. IRT, statistics. 4 open types. The system looks back at the most recent 1,822 trading days. Of these 1,822 days, we opened lower out of range 275 of them. Period. Easy, huh? Of the days where we opened lower out of range, the overnight low was revisited first. The highest probability is 71.6. Shared with the overnight volume point of control, 71.6. And then I'm just going to go down the list. But let's start with overnight low and the overnight POC because I can remember that. So there's the overnight low. And 71.6. Drum roll, please. Boom, there we go. And the overnight POC, which is right up here behind this, also 71.6. Now, this should shoot up a huge red flare for you. You're going to go, wait a minute, what the hell? And I'll explain what the hell in a minute. But let's get back over here and let's pick up the overnight, the previous RTH low. Previous low right there, 64.0. Previous low, 64.0. Now, you should very definitely be going, but wait, bummer. This is 71.6, this is 64.0, and there's 71.6 down there. How's that going to work? Well, obviously, we're going to have to get through 64.0 before we get down to 71.6, aren't we? So that reinforces what I hope is obvious. These are statistics and probabilities. This study looks at the two criteria I pointed out. The relationship of the opening price to the previous close and to the previous range. It doesn't know that Trump, fell over backwards, that the war is back on, that, whatever, pick one. It doesn't know anything about any of that stuff. It only knows about those criteria. Therefore, that's what you should pay attention to. And now I need to stop this in a minute for a second here and do something that I do every morning at this time of day, which is the T-Lab snap. And let's see about that. The T-Lab snap, you ask, rightfully so, what the hell is that? And I can tell you, have to do that. This is why I don't multitask. This is why I stream, actually. Okay, so the T-Lab snap, what is it? And you're right to ask that. The T-Lab is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, and he continues to lead it. It is sponsored by Bookmap, obviously. And, of course, they would like you to subscribe to Bookmap. But you're never solicited for anything in the T-Lab that I know of, or haven't been. And I would hope never will. But Tom is he's been trading like 48 years. He started as a money manager. I would be shocked if he was still managing anybody else's money now, but I'm sure he's trading his own account. He does not trade live, nor does he call trades. So it's not that kind of a place. But there's good advice there. There's a good crew of people there. And I was pretty active in there for a long time. And actually, the stream rose out of a suggestion from Tom and the T-Lab to focus on your own market, narrate your own market, and trade that. And I take that, and to me, that means don't be yucking it up in a Discord room all day long. Be focusing on your own market. And I don't multitask well, as I said. I'm sure there's a lot of people that can do both of those things plus a bunch of other stuff and probably tap dance at the same time. But that's not me. So I don't do that. I do post this every morning at about 8:20 to give everybody in that room access to whatever numbers they might be able to figure out. And why this damn thing never populates this RTH VPOC, I don't know. That's ridiculous. No, that's because it isn't open yet. P, the previous, is populated, and that makes perfect sense. But it is populated for the ES and the MES and the MNQ, so I'm lost. This should be previous, the volume point of control. Anyway, so there you go. That's the T-Lab snap. Back to the business at hand here. Let's get on with it. Now, I think I said everything about the T-Lab I need to, that I can think of anyway. So we know about Bookmap, we know about Blue Boy, we know about where we're going to open and that we're a gap down. And I think you would agree it's important to be able to trade with Bookmap. And we need to be able to do that by activating the trade control panel, this button here. Now, this is still going from last night, so in the stream last night. But anyway, you pick an account that you're going to use. Let's start from scratch. Let's say it's this way when you open it, as it should be. You pick an account, and now by having that activated, you can close this, click the button again, you get your real estate back, you get all your metrics across the top up here, plus you get cancel and close. Now, I have to, as a part of my typical workflow, I have to make sure that I've got my multi-account trading, which is Lucid, okay. I've got multi-brackets, which is the two-lot high volume, okay. And I've got the right statistics, which are the correct. Now, and I'll explain why I've got Lucid going on here instead of my personal funded AMP account in a second. But let's get on with it here because we're going to open in 4 minutes or less. Now we're going to trade. Now we'll copy those trades. And so everything will be managing risk, extreme risk management, maximizing return on investment, and profit potential. Be right back. Okay, we're going to open in about 2.5 minutes, so I forget where the hell I am, but I know I'm in the office here and I'm looking at my screen, so I have to start in the right direction. So we have the T-Lab. We've set up our trading. We know what Bookmap is. We know what IRT's up to. Let's just... let's see how we open here. And we'll see if IRT falls over like it has been with a big lag. I don't know. I don't know when Trump announced all this crap, but I think it's kind of interesting that this was the trade all night. And then this comes in right at 3 o'clock. Maybe that was the announcement time. I don't know, but it's suspicious in my opinion. What do I have going on here now? It looks like the stream is streaming. There's no drop frames. Yeah, good, groovy, super duper, extra cool. One trade yesterday, stopped out, nothing last night. There was a signal trade last night, but I know this is not correct for statistically based methodologically traded account, but I just didn't take it because I didn't feel right about it. And I got 60 reasons right here why I'm glad. About 15 seconds here. Let's see if this damn thing will restart automatically and, I mean, reset as it's supposed to. Big gap down. We'll put the gap low down here at our open. And there we go. Reset. I did that manually. So wherever our opening price is where the gap low will be. And we are in. We're open and we're opening with gap rules, right? So talk about that in a minute. And of course, IRT fell on its ass. Lags of 21 milliseconds and whatever else. I don't know. It's so frustrating. I worked so hard this weekend, over the weekend, assigning these various. This machine is quite powerful, and it's got 4 programs running: Rhythmic, OBS, Bookmap, and IRT. I guess that's 4. Yep. And it's got 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM, and an Intel i9 12900K processor, and liquid cooling, and blah 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 blah. And with all of that, and $5 you can get a Starbucks. And IRT just falls on its ass every morning. And I went through all kinds of trouble assigning these different programs to different elements or different resources in the machine. Frustrating. Come on, you piece of shit. What I'm doing here is I'm reassigning this I'm reassigning these to RTH session only from full session, and I'll do that also for this tab. And it's real tough with IRT. You just go like go like that right there. Damn, not that. I don't want to do that. I want to do this. Boom. And I do this to keep the relationship of the session prices correct. Started to give up on all of this. Started to think this is all horseshit and bus tickets. So here we are, gap down, pretty good size. About 40 handles, gap. Wow, really? Yeah. So here's our gap low right down here. Right there at the open. So we're going to go like this. What the hell? Come on. Damn it. Why? I think I'm going to shit can all of this stuff. And then this is gap low. 08, 0726. There we go. Well, we have a overnight volume point of control which shifted just at the split second that we opened, but it shifted ahead of the open. I think it was ahead of the open, and yeah, it was. And then here we are in our open. So this is RTH, this is ETH. Here's our opening price, and now we're just going to start bagging them off. And we need to get Blue Boy assigned and ready to roll for this session. And let's do that now. Have to be real careful of this active data column. That thing will bite you in the ass real bad. If you accidentally click inside of this column, you notice the mouse turns from a pointer to a dollar sign. If you accidentally click over here, or intentionally by mistake or whatever, you've got an order or a trade on, whether you wanted to or not. And I've had a problem with that by trying to set this column which I like to keep at 1 point high if I can, like right there. Now I know the scale of the movement of the session. Here's the IB high, the IB low for today. And there we go. Okay, it's still lagging over here, but at least it's, I don't know what, tired of bitching about it. I'm tired of looking at it, and I'm tired of bitching about it. I tried over the weekend to reassign these different applications to specific resources in the machine based on what I was, told to do by these tech wizards and AI and whatever else it is that you get when you Google stuff nowadays. Made perfect sense to me, but still a pain in the ass. Oh yes, I know something else I need to do too. I need to reset my my zones here. So let's do that now. I want these zones to push because this is the data driven. These are the data driven trades. Look at this son of a gun. Do I have it? No, I don't have it. 25-second lag. Look at that bullshit. Boy, that's irritating. I can tell that reassigned because here's the high, there's the low, and these are the zones. They've been now reassigned down here where we're trading, so I can get away from this again, not be too terribly upset. Well, here we are. Yesterday's RTH. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, day before yesterday's RTH. Yesterday's RTH, and here we are today. Because we're on the RTH session only. Remember the header of these charts. You can see everything. Here we are yesterday, and here's our open down here, gap low. So this will be, unless they bring them back up and trade them over, this will be the beginning of another micro composite like this one and this one, because there's a gap low. Not that that means anything to anybody or that anybody cares, but there you go. Boy, that's frustrating. These programs are not heavy. The heaviest weight at the moment is OBS in the stream, which is all being done on the GPU. The CPU is running Bookmap and IRT because it's calculation based and it's not any kind of super graphic nifty Nito Kino crap or using any kind of a compression or anything to process. Don't know. So now we need to get down to Electric Avenue. Here we are. There's our gap. Here's our open. Here we are. Boo doo doo doo. This is today's trade in the market profile. You want to see a bigger relationship? So we're in gap rules. Are we going to close the gap? Well, we are in gap rules, and we are also an outside bar. We are. Here's yesterday's RTH. We're below at an outside, and we're gap down. So those are two statistics which could come to play that I have not worked with enough to really. Gap rules is pretty much understood. Gap rules are simply previous RTH closed to to current RTH open. And the gap rules say that if we close the gap relatively early in the session, and if price is accepted in value, that there's a good possibility we'll trade across that value. If not, if it doesn't close it relatively soon, there's a good possibility that it's going to trade across and it's going to continue on in the direction of the gap. I mean, it's pretty common sense, right? It's going to, in other words, like all the platitudes in trading, it's going to close the gap or it's not. Well, football, yeah, that makes pretty good sense. Outside bar looks like it might close up. We've got all this liquidity up here above us from early in the market. And I think I'm doing everything okay. Let's check. Here, now we are. Here's our high so far. We're trading up here. Here's the previous RTH low. This will close the outside bar. We've got this liquidity sitting up here. Are we going to do it? I would say so. Because that was a knee-jerk, whatever. Trump must have shorted oil. Or he must have gone long oil. I'm sure that something happened that would profit. They would profit from. Pretty amazing. All right, what have we got happening here? That's okay. Let's see this one. Now, a couple of things that are important to note. I've explained pretty thoroughly that all the trades that happen on Bookmap are live, real-time, real trading live data. Okay? On the other hand, with IRT, this is where I backtest and verify strategies. And for example, if it decides to wake up, there's one. This is a session. This is the older IRT or investor, initial balance setup that I have developed. These rules here. The system looks at these, evaluates every one of these rules every 30 seconds. And then if it equates to a trade or whatever action, it's pushed to this chart, which is just for visualization so that I can see. We need to get this up till we see today too, so that I can see if something is happening when and where I think it should. This chart has nothing to do with the system. It's just a visualization tool. And the next thing that's important, really important to know, for transparency and accountability, any trade that would be taken by the system in IRT is in this IRT simulated environment. Because obviously, if I'm experimenting or doing, I'm trying to develop a system, whether it's this one or this one that we're now working on actually live, and this one will put a trade over here. So will that one over there. So will the first one. In the simulated environment. Why in the world would I want to have something I'm doing as an experiment be trading live money? How dumb is that? So I'd like to not be that dumb. Thanks a lot. There we are. And now you know the rest of the story. The rest of the story. Okay, so we're pushing up. We didn't quite get up to close that outside bar. And let's start looking at the data to, why is this not doing that? I know why, I think. Let's start looking at the data required to trade, or trading based on actual data. Where am I now? Okay. Where are we now? We're at 15 minutes still. 5 minutes. Okay, that's good. Took out this liquidity. We still have 2 more above us. 3 now to close that outside bar. So let me just get back to IRT side and the development of systems and things. I'm like I said earlier in the pre-market, I'm just an old cowboy from Montana. I'm no young, code wizard or any of that stuff. This took me a long time to figure out, to have it be correct to achieve what I want to do. It'll enter multiple contracts. It has multiple take profit levels, and it stops and, does all the proper account and trade management, end of day, closing rules and things like that. It took me a long time to figure that out and have it work properly based on these set zones. Now, my goal here is a consistently profitable trading business, not IRT code warrior, So, not there's anything wrong with that, and that it doesn't backtest fantastically and have a really great in-depth reporting, backtest reporting, and all of those things. But that's not the purpose that I'm here. So I'm trying to lean on Edgeful and other resources to develop and to vet these setups for trading. So that's where we're going to go now. So the next thing that I'm using here, and you'll see that this is you'll see that this is based on that. This is the high so far of the IB, the low, and these zones, which are 25% each of the initial balance range. When it breaks out, that's the first rule. When it retraces to the 25 for a long or the 50 for a short, that's the trigger. And then it manages the trade with stops and targets. That's how it goes. All right. Now, that's based on, first of all, here we have the ES has already closed the outside day. MES, I don't see it down here anymore. Where'd MES go? I don't see it. Anyway, this is Edgeful. This is my new attempt at this. So let's first look at, we're going to set the session to the Chicago cash, which I have. I'm going to set this to ES. I don't ever use these very often. And so this is the gap fill report, right? Now I can also go over here to the templates and look at the gap fill and see what this does. Let's see if that changes something significantly. You're supposed to remember those settings. Let's see what it does. There you go. Now, MES date range is a year, 2 years. Okay, so it's 2 years. Let's put it down here at a year. By weekday. So let's look at this. Look at these relationships. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Significant changes, huh? And that continues across all these reports. So we had 40 gap ups, 77%. Oh, man. We had 12 gap downs, and the gap downs filled. About 65% of the gap ups filled. 14% did not. 35% did not. Based on 1 year for the MES on Wednesday. And remember, If it's 1 year, there's only 52 Wednesdays in a year, more or less. So this is just about every one of them. And you'll notice that it's 40 and 12 is, guess what? 52. So just, you need to it requires just common sense. I'm not real, let's just go here and see how this thing would work, I guess. Here's work days. We have these are the only optional other reports by size, by weekday, which we're already doing. By close, by spike, by fill time. This would tell us how long it took to fill that in the first hour of the RTH, whatever. So this is right now, today, we have a 75% probability that we will fill the gap today. Let's look at the, and this is kind of cool. I haven't actually, let's see, first of all, what the 100% fill. Okay. Yeah, I want to do that. Let's look at some of these others. I haven't ever done this before, so this will be fun. We'll do this together. Okay, so this is gap fill before, filled after. What? 11 a.m. So 86% of the days over 1 year, the gap filled before 11 a.m. Now that's basically RTH1. And the way you do RTH1 is there's 450 minutes in the RTH session divided by 3. And there you go. RTH 1, 2, 3. Rod thought that up, I think. I like it. Any way to group and filter data to aid in data in trading is important. It also reminds me I didn't pick out the tunes yet this morning. Let's just, let's do something else. Let's do some, let's wake up, shall we? Let's wake up with some salsa. And let's not hear anybody singing. Okay, there we go. All right. Trump administration lifts restrictions on OpenAI's ChatGPT. Well, of course they do. Somebody's got an investment over there where Donnie Jr. and Eric are making big money advising. Don Jr.'s advising about drones, about crypto, and about ChatGPT. And I'll bet you, well, I don't want to say anything. I find it pretty strange that there is such a flagrant disregard for protocol, norms, the rule of law, nepotism, I don't know. Look down here, Trump says we're going to take over Cargill Island. That'd be a good idea. That's a good idea. Let's get a bunch of people killed on a war that remember 7 months ago, 6 months ago, however long it's been now, there was no war. There was no issue with the Straits of Hormuz. There were no shortages in oil, fertilizer, or helium. This is all the result of America and Israel attacking Iran, not the other way around. That's really important to remember, I think. I certainly do, and I guess it's obvious. So, back to the gap thing here. It's gap up. We don't want to look at that. We want to look at gap down. 85% probability we're going to fill the gap up. The gap fill, I should say, before 11 o'clock. How do I change the time? Let's see. 2.5 hours. Yeah, that's what I figured about for the RTH1. Okay, cool. Let's move on to the next one, which is, now, how would I trade that? What would I think about trading that? Well, here we are. There's the open. And here's the gap fill. This is not the gap fill. I'm sorry. This is the outside day. Gap is way above us. And look at all the liquidity we've got. This one's the one that's always suspicious to me. This liquidity, this big level of liquidity at the 30 handle came into the market before, well before the RTH session opened. It came in at a little after 8 this morning, Central Standard Time. And it'll sit there until they come up and hit it, I think. Back to the reports at hand here. Now, here's one I don't even know exists. Let's see if there's an outside bar. I'm sure there is. Outside day, there we go. I've never done this one before. This will be fun. What do we got? MES 1 year, Chicago. Okay, there doesn't look like a lot of options here, so that's pretty okay. Bullish outside day, bearish outside day. We opened low, 75% reversal back up to close the outside day. 60 of them. No, that's bullish. There's 40 outside days bearish, and we've closed 75% of the time. We've closed 30 out of 40. And there's not even a day here. That's interesting. Typically, they all have a sub-report. Yeah, by weekday, I was going to say, wait a minute, that didn't make any sense. So here we go on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, today, Thursday, Friday. So big freaking deal here, huh? 100% reversal back up on Wednesdays, looking back 1 year on the MES. That's a pretty significant statistic right there. That's something you can hang your hat on, I think. This is outside day, meaning that this price is gonna hit up here, not close the gap, but hit all of this liquidity up here. And that, I would say, is probably reasonable. That would be almost worth putting a long on for. It would have been really worth it down here on the bottoms when it was an asymmetrical trade. So I'm late to the party. But you see the point. Oh shit, I hope you see the point. I hope I had this correct. So this is the outside day. I need to save this as a something or another here. I don't know how to save it as a template. Outside day report. Where's the templates? I thought there was a thing here where you save the templates. That's the report. Engulfing candles and all. There's another one. There used to be a thing at the top up here where you save the template. I don't know what happened to that. Oh well, okay. Maybe there's no need to save it because they're all the same. Maybe that's it. I don't know. We'll just keep it like it is then. No problem. So I would be real tempted to put a trade on, but not now. I should have done it down here at the bottom. And we may go up there right now and take that out because there's a 100% probability that that's probably going to happen. The only problem with that, leaning on that statistic today, is this is not based on common sense. You know, this is based on some geopolitical dust-up being led by questionable people everywhere, I think. Oh, that's disappointing. I wish I'd have been paying attention to this sooner, you see? That's not... This is what I have to do rather than just lean on the initial balance trades. I have to start developing and lean on these other setups because I don't have enough opportunities to trade in the day. And it gets frustrating and demoralizing and a bunch of other stuff. So, yeah. Okay. Now, one other thing about edge fill here, which is worth talking about, if you subscribe to Edgeful, you automatically get access to all of these indicators which they published. I had never been really familiar with TradingView, but I got to say it's one of the handiest things for visualizing and zooming around and stuff, much more so than IRT or even Bookmap, because you can't do that. If I want to see what the relationship is of, where are we now? Look at this big dump overnight, and here's the initial balance so far of where we are. Look at where we're right around these lows, Whether that stuff means anything or not, I don't know. Now, the only of these indicators that I use are the session markers, the initial balance, the opening candle thing, which just gives you a bias, basically. All this thing does is, this green line here is pivoted or is anchored to the opening price. And it's green if it's above the opening price. This close is red if it's below. And I have this opening candle time set the same as the initial balance at 1 hour. I also use the 1 hour initial balance for Globex and Asia when I'm doing those streams at night. And in that trading strategy that I put together here anyway, real handy. So we've got a 23 point wide range so far, IB. Nothing's been set because it's not the first 1 hour. It just turned over 30 minutes. Yeah, pretty handy. Real handy for me. I can't believe how... I feel like an idiot for not ever watching it before. And I feel like I'm also a big idiot that I'm not betting on this reversal back up. Now, this is where I should be really paying attention to asymmetric trades. From down here, you see, outside in, here's the IB low. Well, of course, if you're really clever, I only know one guy that probably got this, and that might have been Magic, because he's got a real narrow initial balance or opening range or opening balance that he trades. But, if you got long down here, you're wrong if it's one tick below there. Obviously, this opening swing is pretty narrow, but I mean, I don't know how you'd ever catch that without just gambling. But you get down in here, asymmetric trade up, right? And targeting the gap, targeting the outside bar close, not the gap. Anyway, and I'm not saying I did that. I'm not trying to imagine that I did over here and dream up some reason. I did not. But I'm thinking how I would approach that. Now, the way this initial balance trade that I have in place works is there's a initial balance or below, or high, 25%, 50%, 25%. Those are the zones, and that's what we're going to start looking at here pretty quick as we come into the initial balance low. Now I'm going to go get some tea, and you can't stop me. Well, let's see. So did I miss my opportunity here? Maybe. Hard for me to take trades when there's all this confusion here. I have a range requirement in my trade plan from long ago where I need to get to the first risk neutral scale before I hit an obstacle. And these are all obstacles where price can react, as it did right here, for example, or here. I'm not saying that I'm not looking in the rearview mirror saying I know this stuff. I'm saying that that it's obvious, isn't it? And do I play a breakout here for the closing the gap? Or closing the outside day, I should say. My big question today is that this is not fundamentally or market driven. This is, clown car driven. I mean, this is geopolitical. It's pretty much a clown car when you stop and look at it. So the next order of business is going to be the initial balance. We still have the outside day. We still have the, what else we have? Well, we still have the gap. We still have the outside day, and we're getting ready to have the initial balance. Is this a place to front run the initial balance? Well, let's look at the initial balance report. So we have 100% probability we're gonna close this right here. That we're gonna hit the previous RTH low. That's in the data, right? 100%. And that means right here. 10 points right there. Now, is this the time to have gotten long? Yeah, probably. Again, what's happening with the news? What's happening with the... Let's see, it's the middle of the night over there. Maybe... Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to outguess what Trump and company might do. Who the hell knows? But let's get on to the initial balance trade. See where we get from there. So here's the initial balance trade. Initial balance report, I should say. MES, 1 year. What day are we on? Well, this is just basic. So here's a 73% will single break. 23 do. Okay. Let's look at the daily thing. On a Wednesday, this is still in place from last night. We got an 80% probability we're going to single break. 17% we're going to double break, and only 1% we won't break either one of the initial balance levels. It's real important to understand which initial balance level formed first when it comes to this reporting, and I'll show you that right now. First, we're going to have to take off a couple of these customization things over here, because this is from last night. So, if the IB high was formed first, this is the probabilities. If the IB low was formed first, these are the probabilities. You can look over in Bookmap, or the easiest perhaps is to look at look here, and you can see that the low was formed first, because here's the low and here's the high after the low. So the IB is not set yet. Once it's set, these figures will flush out. I mean, these data will flush out. At the moment, we're sitting right here. So we have the IB low formed first. Right here. So there's a 66% probability we'll break the IB high first. 33% will take the low first. I'm so confused. Okay. I hope I had the right one. Yeah, I did. What a miracle. And look at what the market's doing. making me dizzy. I don't know. Well, so much for closing that gap. So much for closing the gap. And yeah, this is news driven. Somebody said something. You know, here's the IB low. How low can we go? Did we close the gap? Did we close the outside bar? This is, you know, this is an opportunity for mean reversion. However, where's Blue Boy? Here you go. So we're at these lows. My typical reaction would be to go long down here, just as an asymmetric trade location, and see if we're going to get somewhere. But this is strictly, I'm sure, news driven. I would bet on it. Back down to the open. And I could be completely full of crap. It could just go zooming off to the downside. That's the problem with this kind of a random I don't know what you call it. It isn't news. It's just goddamn weird. I guess. Weird. Weird market. Quiet in here this morning. The usual squad are not around. That's disappointing. But I don't blame anybody. It's boring. The stream is basically boring because it's data driven. I spend a lot of time talking about the data, and when it puts together a trade, I put it on, and if it's a scratch, it's a scratch. If it's a loss, it's a loss. If it wins, it's a win. But it's data driven, and if there's no trigger, there's no trade. So it makes for pretty boring TV. One of the classic trading T-Lab and everybody else trades is a VPOC migration, which I've never been able to get ironed out. Now remember that there is a brighter yellow right here. That's the RTH session. And there is a more muted yellow, which is the full session, POC. You'll notice that IRT still has the POC up here, which has never been exactly, I'm going to try something different. I'm going to try this reset differently and see if the way that Bookmap calculates everything. Oh, and down we go. Look at this. Going to push the IB lower. Wow, aren't I clever for let's close the gap. Would this be a spot that under normal circumstances with 100% probability that we're going to close this outside bar to take a long? Yeah, wouldn't it be? But this is news driven. Who the hell knows? We're going to blow up somebody and take over this island and kill a bunch of people because there was a new release of Epstein stuff, so I'm going to make a big stink. I mean, that's what I believe is really happening. Have you ever noticed how the minute there's some drama on Epstein news front, that some magical need arises to do something dramatic globally? Seems to be the case. Maybe that's just, I'm sure that's conspiracy thought, but we're banging around the IB low down here, and if they continue to push it lower, they will. Sorry, I'm on auto sneeze here. I mean, mean reversion, this is the place to go long. But is it today? Jesus, I'm sick of this. Really. So now we have just made, if I'm not mistaken, but maybe not, if they get one more tick down here, this whole data will flip on its head. The IB high will have been formed first and the IB low will be formed second. That's the way it works, right? And that means that then all of a sudden this data will be in play. Let's see what's going on with trading views. It's so handy, isn't it? You see how the opening candle is now bearish, and once we get one tick below here, the high will be first, the low will be formed second, and that will change the dynamic. Hasn't happened yet. And it may not, but something happened there. I don't know what they're doing. Or is there a reason why it went way down there and now it's going to go zooming all the way back across the range again? I have no idea. Can only trade what you see, I guess. And I don't know what to do. This geopolitical crap drives me crazy. I wish this guy would shut up, and, you know, I long for the days when people that were diplomats and level-headed were around. That's not the case now. Of all things, yesterday in NATO, he's screaming about Greenland again. Jesus, Christopher Christ, you know? I guess next it'll be Canada's going to be a state, and what happened to Venezuela, and, you know, wow. Really weird. We still have 10 minutes to put in a new low and then switch the data. Why they're doing this teasing down here, I have no idea. It's a mean reversion day so far. It's balanced. We have levels above us and data above us, and it's a balanced profile. Balanced profile would typically indicate mean reversion, outside in. But this is, who knows? I mean, somebody's making money trading this. Somebody knows, but that would not be me. Which is getting to be real old. And just look at the trade so far. If that's not retail soup, I mean, that is a blender, and they are just grinding them up right, left, and center. You know, that's what that is. And who knows? It could well turn. You just go flying out the roof. But how do you get on it? What do you do? Is this higher highs or higher lows? I'm sorry, and higher highs going up? Yeah, it looks like it. Mean reversion, outside in. And they're flashing liquidity up here now again. I'm half in mind to just put a long on and go take a nap. That's just not my style, but then I look back at these fluctuations and I think, damn, you know, had I just gone long down here, well, wouldn't I be pretty happy? It'd already be in more than almost 20 points in the money. Mean reversion across the whole balance. And I'm just too afraid they're going to break them low down here. I guess afraid being the operative word. And now the data switched back the way it was, the lowest first, right? We have 8 minutes, so it could come down the other way. It certainly did that from here. What is that? 8 to 15. Well, there you go. 7 minutes from here to here. Yeah, I don't. I've got to get my head used to this asymmetric trade thing. I'm really missing a lot of opportunities based on that. Talk about it a lot, and I don't do it. And this was a perfect example. Sure, if you get stopped out, you get stopped out. You're wrong. But that's the cost of doing business. And here we have lower highs. We're going to get lower lows. Is it going to go back down the other way into the IB? We still have 7 minutes or so to set the IB. Now we have a VPOC migration. Back to the original data-driven trading. Oh, I forgot to put that. Yeah. 5 minutes. Anyway, back to the data-driven trading. What the way to trade this is, according to my understanding with Edgeville, after the statistic has been taken without front-running it, then you have the retracements, and that's where the trade comes together. That's how I have coded up the whatever you call them in TradingView, and also here in IRT. And any of these spots that you see where you can look back in hindsight, like I stood here talking about a long and an asymmetrical trade, and I didn't take it, and that was 22 handles. I would have my trading over for the day essentially. And now I'm going to struggle with it. And getting long up here is basically counter action. I mean, look. What is going on? The big blender, rotational. This was the opportunity, which I had discussed and didn't take. And I would have gone all the way across the range. Really frustrating. I have to get it through my head that I'm using these accounts for a reason. And I'm not doing that. And 3 minutes to go, and they could run down here and poke out the IB low now. Something. Why? Why is this happening now? Who was selling that down there? And why? On relied volume for the big V reversal. Was that the place to flip along? For some reason. This took less than 30 seconds, right? This is just trading as what this is. This is the retail soup. The traders are just pounding, taking their pound of flesh. This is not any kind of a statement about the value of the S&P. This has got nothing to do with value. This has got 100% to do with speculation. They're just trading the bejesus out of them. And I want to get on the right side of that. I discussed it here and didn't do it. Now we got 2 minutes or a minute and a half to get the IB set. And they could very definitely run it down, tag out these lows at 75, and put in a new low. And then all of a sudden the IB high is the first to form, and the percentage just turns around to the bottom. Right now the percentage is at the top, the probability. So that's the way it works. There's a minute. Now we'll start looking at the ending zone number, which right now is just hovering on the cusp. Typical. And I'm sure nobody knows about these zones but me, so that's why it's full session VPOC, RTH VPOC, all of our other stats are above us. Here's the 25 off the bottom. So the closing zone is going to be in the 50 to 75% zone or area. And the way that's determined, wait, look at them go. Jesus. The way that's determined, it's best viewed on TradingView. The closing price of the last bar within the zone. So that's right here. Because this bar is going to close outside the IB. And the IB is now set, okay? So the closing zone is right here, and there's nothing done. The high was formed first. What? Something's up. The high was formed first. Well, hold on. So something's really goofy here. Now, this is, okay, the low. Then we had the high. They're counting this to be a new low, apparently. So I need to get to my candlestick, I guess. Kind of a gun. Well, let's do something. I don't know what. Let's get over here. The info box. Oh, right there. See that tick down? The info box will give you the data on whichever of these I have. So here's 917. So here is the low. And what's that price? 7501. 7502. This is actually lower than this one. Yeah, so the low was moved down by a tick. So the high was first formed. Wow. Visually, huh? So now our closing zone is down here, so it's the 25%er. Let's get back over here quickly to the data. So the ending zone now is, where am I? By rejection. Okay, the ending zone I've got to get put over here in the customization. And that's 25 to 50, or 0 to 24, I mean. So the high was formed first. We got a 90% probability we're going to take out the low, the IB low. And then we're going to worry about the retracements. And that's the data. Assuming that the low is taken out, we got a 56% probability to retrace to the 25 and 25% to retrace to the 50. Meaning, assuming they take the IB low, 56% probability will retrace to the 25 zone, and another 25% we get up here to the 50. So there you go. Okay. And isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? Well, that was an eye-opening experience. I didn't plan on. And so this is completely contrary to closing the gap, closing the outside bar, all of that stuff. And this is, you know, this is looking at mean reversion so far in a fairly tight range, 25, well, 23 handles wide. They haven't taken it yet. So look at there. I was fooled. I was fooled by right here, I guess. This one pushed it down. Well, that's hard to tell, huh? Looks to me to be the same freaking thing, but obviously Bookmap's not as accurate as IRT or as TradingView, either one. And here we go across the bottom and up the top and out we go, and everybody's happy and yo, yo, yo. It's a real tight chop fest, a real good day to stay away from the market. Geopolitical nonsense is reigning supreme. I'm an old desperate guy who wants to get, you know, every time something new comes up in the Epstein thing, there's a big drama geopolitically. Isn't that a coincidence? Maybe not. Think of the people who are enabling all of that, strictly for their own political gains, I guess. You know, that they would prefer to have a felonious pedophile, fraudster, scam person, people. Just it's a really strange how values have changed. Well, there's the IB low. We took out that liquidity. There we go. Now are we going to come up and take out these percentages, and then will it signal a short? There's the low. So let's take a look over here. Come on, where'd the mouse go? There you are. Okay, boom. Yes, high was in. Yes, low was taken out. All right. So this is off the table now. I don't have the trade, the algorithm working on this. It's only working on Asia. Not here. And it took a stop over here big time. It was in the money quite nicely till this drama happened over here, which is understandable. And now what are we going to do? Okay, what does this data say? This says this is all screwed up. So the data says that we've taken the initial balance low. Breakdown means low. That's been satisfied. I mean, that was how it worked. So we've got a 56% probability that we'll retrace to the 25% zone, and then 25% will get up to the 50, which is here and here. Now, this would be a real decision point for me, looking at the session and the trade. Short from here or here. But boy, is that a mean reversion or a outside in. So perhaps the trade would have been long, targeting the 25, which would have gotten us from 7 to say 6, would have been nearly 10 points. Mean reversion. In other words, looking at the profile here, instead of just blindly taking a short in, which is a directional move from the inside out, I think that might be a smarter idea, except for the fact that, you know, Howdy Doody and the clown car are in their center ring right now. So I guess what it boils down to is I don't know what to do. In that case, I guess the best approach is to don't do anything. They're still signaling. They're still flashing below. Flashing this liquidity down here. Here we are. Gap low and looking lower. Again, dangerous range. Look at that. Chop fest in both instruments. And this piece of crap has still got a multi-second lag. I don't know how to prioritize IRT over bookmap in the CPU. Yeah. I don't know. I'm half tempted to put a long on just to mean reversion. But that's half. And I'm just sitting on the fence here because of the possibility that the next shoe is going to drop. As we have it now, actually, we're looking at lower highs and lower lows. Oh man. Well, my eyes are going crazy. And we're right down at the high volume node and the POC from the second, 29th. Yeah, let's check. Jesus Christopher Christ. Well, maybe we won't check. I thought checking was a good idea. Jesus. There you go. There's the second. According to this, it was taken out, but... And here we are up here. I don't know. Boy, I'm irritated by that. T-Lab. IRT. I'm not irritated by the T-Lab for any reason. High volume node, naked volume point of control, extending our lows lower on a goofy day in a balanced market. Real tight range. Real good day to go outside for a walk, go to bed, take a nap. Hey, Anton, hope everything's working good on your side. Yeah, it's tight rotation. Look at that. Look at this so far. That's a Blender Sports if I ever saw them. And I'm, 100% probability that we'll close the outside bar, all that crap. We're gap down, we're outside bar, we're a bunch of stuff, and several opportunities would have, if you're magic and you know how to catch these opening swings and just gamble on them, I stood here and articulated this and didn't do it, outside in, and now I'm spooked. And, Agent Orange and the clown car are just going crazy. They're going to take over Sharga Island, and they're going to blow everybody up, and who the hell knows. Funny that the minute there's a big thing in the Epstein files, suddenly there's a huge dramatic change in the geopolitical situation. And then, I'm sure that's just conspiracy theory and a coincidence, but god dang, it's so frustrating. Last night was interesting also. And now we're pushing through them down for those we're under the fours now, into the fours. Yeah, what a mess. What a mess. And all of a sudden we're demanding Greenland again. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's got to be important. Well, Greenland's going to have a big impact on the Straits of Hormuz, that's for sure. What a crazy world. I hope everything went well and for your mom and stuff last night. And you guys, of course, but I would be I didn't have any opportunities for the, or did I? Wait a minute. This would have been a short. Because this is 9:30. I missed this son of a bitch completely. I'm in a coma, man. This is ridiculous. There's the 50. The low was taken first. Wait a minute. Was it? Ah, that's the problem. The IB low was not taken out until here. Okay, I was going, wait a second. How the hell did I miss that? I didn't. The front run, that would have been good, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah, they're heading for lower ground, obviously. I think so. What's going on here? Let's see. Well, there's the breakouts. Of course, no triggers, so that's normal. Let's look at my new friend here. Yeah, there's the ETH low at 63s. I just missed. Look at that one. London showed up. Yes. Who was it said if you hire clowns, expect a circus? Barnum or somebody? It's still a balanced profile, so mean reversion is still not an unreasonable thing to do, but it seems like down is it, doesn't it? I'm with you. So I'm, what am I doing here? I'm all set. It's relatively, it's only 29 here, but we had some good rain last night, so that cooled things down, I guess. Yeah, more lower. And look at all the liquidity piling down there below. 85, 82, 60, now 80, whatever it is, 75s. They're just stacked up down there. Stacked up. Where am I? I'm on the right window. Okay. Let's see what's going on here with... And here's that drama. The last bit of liquidity is down here. We've got 71% of the overnight low, and that looks like that's going to be a pretty well hit. I hope you're short, my brother. Of course, Mr. liked to short all the time, and I'm sitting here talking myself out of him, thinking that I'm going to be, that it's a mean reversion day, and it was. The IB was taken and nobody looked back yet. So there's nothing to do. Oh, well, good. I mean, that's not good, but it's better than a harrowing night with bombs going off, I guess. And the important part is wherever she was, the important part is she's safe. So, does your dad scurry off to bomb shelters too, I suppose. I mean, it doesn't matter. You know, bombs don't know who supports who. So, yeah, that's got to be weird. Got to be a weird conversation in the bomb shelter. Now, if it was Trump over there, he wouldn't let anybody that supported Russia in. He'd say, no, you got to stay outside, you know, because you're not a Republican, so, or whatever. Nothing would surprise me. Well, we got pretty darn close to it, didn't we? Right here. This is that last consolidation that we were looking for, and here's the bottom. Well, pretty close. There's the bottom. They did bring it right down to this consolidation, though. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? Whatever that means. Wow. Oof. He's definitely fixed in his ways, huh? Of course, at 80 something, he went through the whole real Soviet Union, and then the Berlin deal, and then the fall of the Berlin Wall, and he's got to have dealt with some pretty big shifts in emotion and conviction, and you're brought up believing one thing is right for your whole life, and suddenly you discover that the rest of the world doesn't agree, and wow, that's got to be pretty weird. For some reason, I don't know why, I had a wanderlust from early on, and I am obviously there's good and bad about everything. I don't have a huge pile of money and a bunch of assets because I didn't stay in one place my whole life, and I traveled around a lot, but I did learn early on the ugly American concept, and the fact that certainly not anybody's always right, and so I think I probably have a more balanced opinion about the world and stuff than a lot of people, especially people that wear a red ball cap. And maybe not, but I think so. I hope so, anyway. Certainly more tolerant. I very definitely am not egotistical enough to believe that it's my way or the highway, Whatever I do is right, and what I believe is right, and the rest of you are going to go to burn in hell or whatever the hell these people think nowadays. Well, V reversal would have been sweet. 82 to 20 something points. I've got to just start throwing these outside in deals on, asymmetrical trades, and stop being so super cautious. not, and there's no data to do any here. I mean, the data now would be to come up here and take this stat and then short and go down and all that stuff. But the minute it gets up here, I'm going to start wondering, well, they're going to mean revert it. Go up here and tag out the outside bar, which has got 100% probability that this is going to be tagged out today. If you want to look at the data. Of course, the data doesn't know anything about Agent Orange and the clown car, but you know. But that's the data. I'm really conflicted. This is our stats, but let's look at the, wherever that went. Let's look at the, did I have outside bar over here somewhere? No, I didn't, but I do have right up here somewhere. Where's the outside day? Here we go. MES 1 year outside day, Chicago cash. 75% probability that we're going to close it. 25% we're not. What is this base? When did this, how did this change? Oh. It changed by the day of the week. Outside bearish day, 100% reversal back up. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, what a different, well, talk about walk a mile in my moccasins. He's got some experience and stories to deal with, I'm sure. But that doesn't mean anything about, as you well know. The bomb doesn't know the difference. And here we are, 10 points. They did retrace, but within a point into the back inside and then reverse back out. I don't know how you would, I don't know how I would measure that with data. I guess the way to do it is there's a 68% probability. Oh, wait a second here. Nobody move. Nobody move. Wednesday. Okay. It's 82% probability that we retrace to the 25. 60 that we get to the 50. Well, I don't know any way that I could mentally justify calling this retracement here 60 or 82%, I mean, that doesn't make any sense. And of course, these have nothing to do with the fact that the outside bar doesn't factor in and all that stuff. Yeah, that's for frickin' sure, yeah. That's for sure. And isn't it amazing that we're having this conversation in this day and age? some nutcase dipshit wannabe little mega puke is bombing people and killing people, and we're talking about your parents. I mean, isn't it unbelievable? And then we got Agent Orange and this clown car over there doing the same thing. Remember, 7 months ago, there was no war. There was no problem in the Straits of Hormuz. There was no shortage of fertilizer or helium or oil or anything else until Einstein and his buddy Netanyahu decided they were going to attack Russia or Iran. I mean, it's the craziest. It's crazy. Completely crazy. I mean, it's just, yeah, completely crazy. What else do you say? I don't know another way to say it. Batshit crazy. I guess that's a way. Well, I probably missed my little pullback there, but I don't know. I don't know what to do. I want to trade them by data, and I don't know how to do it. Yeah, really, it's just, yeah. You expect this kind of behavior out of some nutcase and, some goofy like Mugabe or some crazy person, but, yeah, what do you say? I guess I'm most disappointed in what's happened in America. Putin's always been pretty well crazy, but kind of benign, busy riding his horse shirtless and, proving he's a big shot or big man. This is the kind of behavior I would expect out of some nutcase like Mugabe or Kim Jong-un or some goofy radical, douchebag, but it's a little bit bigger deal than that. Oh, Trump said the deal's off, and he's gonna where you attack Iran again, and he's going to take over Shark Island and all this crap. Obviously, there was a big crisis at the White House about the latest Jeffrey Epstein thing to do with Trump and sex trafficking or some bullshit. And so all of a sudden, and he's at the NATO thing, and so he and by the way, we're going to take Greenland. Jesus Christopher Christ. I mean, yeah, it's just, but the big part of this big sell-off is the fact that the deal is off, which it was never really a deal in the first place, as we know, but it's off, and we attacked again, and we're going to take over this island, and the price of oil was up 5%, and, misdirection. Look over there. Yeah, really. Yeah. I find myself hoping for a plane crash or something, it's like, son of a bitch, just get rid of the whole shooting match. Incredible. Incredible. Somebody asked him why he went to the NATO conference in Turkey or something. He said, I felt like I had to go so I could insult everybody and piss everybody off, I guess. I don't know. Fall asleep, drool. I don't know. Why? Who knows? I don't ever look at any of the news except, as you know, probably, except the sources to do with this and ground news, which kind of has normal, at least traceable sources of how things are reported, so I can tell for myself. Oh, this is all, right wing. X% of the reporting on this is right wing stuff, and like that. That's the only thing I know to do. You look at CNN or any of this bullshit, you might as well just, go back 25 years and read the funny papers. I mean, it's just complete crap, I think. And I'm probably just some old, duffer. What was I going to do? Oh, yes, I have forgotten to put up Walter here. Let's check what Walter's got to say. Okay, Walter Bloomberg. What happened? Walter, that's not what I wanted to read, but anyway. What's going on? Wrong keyboard. There we go. Okay. Next Fed rate hike is way up. Oh, by the way, today's FOMC at 1300 too, don't forget. NVIDIA shares up 1% after the information report says China plans to let top AI firms buy limited amount of China's H200 chips, company's H200 chips. Oh, never mind. Oil extends gains, Brent crude rises. Novak says Russia bans diesel export. U.S. military ready to restart blockade if Iran ordered to. Blockade of Iran if ordered to. Reported by our friends at Fox News. I'm sure all the girls are all stuck to their chairs over that one. Yeah. Brent crude jumped 7.4% after Trump declared the Iran ceasefire was over, adding to inflation risks and reducing the scope for rate cuts. Well, there you go. All good news everywhere you look. You bet. I forget about them too. And what have we got? We've got another consolidation down here building up. I'm half tempted to just throw on a short and say to hell with it and go to bed, go find something to eat. Sick of this shit. So tired of struggling and watching and thinking about all this data. And then, some nutcase just poops his pants or something and then has everybody look the other way. If you know what I mean. And I guess he's still in Turkey. I don't know. Turkey and NATO declined to take the Boeing. Have gone to Sweden for the early warning aircraft order and stuff. Kind of rubbing Agent Orange's nose in it a little bit, I guess. That was announced just when he got there or something. I saw somewhere, Ground News maybe, or that might have been in. I don't know where. You can find it yourself, I'm sure. Well, we have the IRT has got the VPOC down at 92.5. Bookmap, not so much. Look at all the... Oh, I've got to do something about this, I think. There we go. Yeah, that's a little better. I have no idea. Just, go short in the hole and then see if they're going to get down here to the bottom. And then the minute I do that, Trump will say, well, I've changed my mind. It's all over, And Israel, of course, in an effort to bring peace to the region, has approved 15 more, whatever you call them, in Gaza. They're going to go build 15 more, whatever they call them, camps or some goddamn thing. Like, Jesus Christ. Settlements, that's what they call them. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows what the minutes will be. I guess I should have shorted up here and called this square, but that's certainly not even remotely the data. So, really tired. And what a rookie move to just go short in the hole down here. But I start thinking, well, why not? What the hell? The problem is it's not asymmetrical at all, and it's stupid. But yeah, I guess everything. So is the rest of this, I suppose. But you're pretty right about if you want to look at this consolidation right here, and let's see where this pushes across to anywhere. Well, look at that. Now, isn't that something? Look at how, are you on the right? Yeah, I am on the right window. Well, miracle for me. Look at that. Look at how this low and how this consolidation effort is to the frickin' tick on that sell-off from the seconds. Funny is how that happened, isn't it? That's pretty amazing. This is such a handy little tool. I gotta say, it's fun. It doesn't lag. It doesn't drop. It doesn't do stupid shit. It just works. It's amazing. But look at that. Isn't that something? Smack frickin' dab. And yeah, we're probably going to take out the low down here. How far back does it go, I wonder? Well, it goes back to, and it is exactly the IB low of Asia on, oh, that's the 4th. Never mind. A lot of levels across here, I guess. Again, another one, another big dump down here. Wow, I think this is amazing. And maybe that's just, seeing patterns that don't exist, that human trait that we're so good at, or confirmational bias or whatever. But I always find it kind of surprising when the market does that and turns around and goes the other way from that point. I think that's strange. Very weird. Here was the dump at 2 o'clock or whatever. And why this? Why did it dump? Don't boom, and then back the other way. Why was that? What did that mean? So is this a breakout and a retest? It is, isn't it? There's the bar, I guess, the breakout, the retest. And for some reason, IRT still got the POC down here and Bookmap's way up above us, and I haven't looked at your best friend, the same 92 and 90. Look at that. Oh, God. Look at that. That's got to be data driven, huh? Well, maybe not. Maybe that's trader driven. Is that a breakout and a retest? Is this a short? What the hell do I know? Looks like that breakout and retest short would have worked perfect. I'm hoping you're short. Yeah, well, it didn't. So you're right. No, I should have. The pullback to that breakout and retest was perfect. I think probably the biggest emotional problem I'm having as far as FOMO and monkey boy stuff is when I see these trades. It's got nothing to do with data, and I just, talk about them. There's the short, there's the breakout, there's the retest, and then it goes, from 90 to 70 points, goes 20 points without even blinking an eye. That's driving me really crazy. I'm not sure how to cut the mental cord between this commitment to the data and I got to do something here, you know, like that. A trade that I'm never sure. I don't know how I would ever have data to confirm the breakout and retest thing. That stuff I was doing in IRT is useless. I mean, this thing over here is, I don't know how I could ever turn this into a strategy, you know, to code it in some way. Yeah, of course it doesn't want to do anything, but yeah. Well, there's one, I guess. But that's okay. All right. Breakout, retest, and a short. Well, that worked. Where is that? That's at the POC. That's way back at the 10 o'clock hour. The retest would be 10:20. So that doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, it does right there. That's just right there. So that's correct. It did work. Exactly. And I wasn't watching it, but that's encouraging, I guess. And here we go some more. Adios amigos. Down, down, down we go. Well, that's, I guess I could have said that this was data-driven then, had I been watching it and actually traded it, even though I just did articulate it and narrate it here in the stream. I didn't trade it, and that's 20 handles without a miss. Of course, where are all the examples where it didn't work? You know, that's the whole thing about this game, I guess. Well, I hope you're getting some shorts out of this and doing well. I'm guessing that that's the case. And today's a good day, no drivey, so a real missed opportunity. I got no excuses. I have no excuse. Oops, sorry about that. We've had this pattern of these days where they'll sell them down or, you know, run them one way or the other and then turn around and run them back. Just trading them, just speculation is all. They're not got anything more to do with the value of the S&P than fly to the frickin' moon, in my opinion. I don't really buy that whole looking for value thing. I don't think it matters. Because it's too you know what I mean? It's, okay, so this is the value. What happened yesterday? Buyers aren't getting paid right here. This has nothing to do with my data, except it's, you know, lower highs and lower lows. I guess maybe that's something to think about. The last trade that I really have seen that's had anything to do with something I recognized that I thought was valid was what I was talking about, this breakout and retest, and it worked exactly as expected. This looks like a bear trap or something. Somebody getting trapped. I don't know how all those things work. But anyway. I'm still not quite figuring out what this story with the POC is, but it's consistent, I guess. All the other, well, that's not true. I have no idea why that thing hasn't Oh, I see exactly why it hasn't moved. Oh, that sucks. Look at the difference there. Well, there's such a difference. I'm going to point this out just for this point of the stream. This consolidation zone here, 27, 26, the maximum looks to be about 2,800, or I guess it would be about 29 something right up here, because here's the POC. This one here. Look at the difference in the data and the volume of between bookmap and IRT. Here's the POC. Look at this huge difference in volume than the upper distribution. So why in the hell is that? Who's wrong? Who's wrong? I always considered IRT to be the gold source kind of, but I'm starting to wonder. Maybe if I restart IRT now, that might decide to screw everything up in terms of signals, but there's no trade, so yeah, why bother? I think I'll restart IRT and see if those things align. You could always download the data too. Same difference. Well, a couple of nice trades, not data driven. There's been no data driven trade today, but there have been some great, discretionary moves. This breakout and retest that we just had, coming back up to another one over here. Now, how many times can you go to the well, right? And this came down to a point of real here we are. Now, just scroll left and keep your eyes open on this stuff. Look at all the dips down, all the support and resistance levels here, including this one, within a handful of ticks. Pretty amazing. No, wait. Yeah, I'm on the right one. Good for me. Good for me. And no trades triggered at all. Let's start IRT again and see if this bunch of jokers want to come up. Yeah, let's go. God damn, get going here. Oh, Garrett. Haven't seen Garrett for a long time. He just commented on something in Discord. Haven't seen him in a long time. Nice guy. That's the guy, Garrett's the guy, that's the contractor in Vancouver that has all those Ukrainian fellas working, crew, pretty much all of it, last time I talked to him. And he was real happy about that. I think happy that he was helping them out and that they were doing a good job. So it was a win-win all the way around is the way I got it. Now maybe he's changed his tune. I don't know, but okay. Still got that POC down there. Actually dropped again right here. Doesn't line up with... does not line up with book map. That's just pretty freaking disappointing. Does not line up with book map. Well, the system took a trade and got 72 ticks. Well, good for you. Maybe I need to go back to this old guy. There's the IB short, the continuation trade, the IB, the signal markers are gone here because I just restarted, but the trades remain. So here was the IB, here was the signal, here was B, and here was the trigger, and there we go. Now, what that would look like on Bookmap is here. There is the breakout. There is the signal, and there's the trigger, and down we go. Not using the percentages and stuff from Edgeville. This was the original setup that I had done a long time ago and worked quite well. And then until it started taking more stops than had been recognized or anticipated in the back testing. Still don't have any confirmation of Bookmap POC compared to the IRT. It's clear down here and Bookmap's way up here. Pretty big difference. 30 handles to be exact. This is a problem for me because I don't believe in trading off the POC, and if this is the POC, which it is in IRT, this is like diddling in the middle, right? So that's a bad thing. Otherwise, if it's up here, it's basically a bar. I don't know what to think about that. Always something. We've had 1, 2, 3 VPOC migrations south in Bookmap and IRT, and none essentially in Bookmap. Well, this square dance they had up here, but there was a big one here and then a little one here, and now we're down here, and none of that's showing up over here. I don't know what to think, or if I should care. Is this a bull flag we got going on? I don't know. Need to be careful about the scale again. I'm standing here thinking this is not any action and this is 10 points. So from this, bar or whatever down to here is 10 handles. That's pretty funny. I don't know if you noticed that, but all of a sudden these liquidity just jumped out. I guess it's because it's averaged a lower liquidity. They just all moved like that, boop, all in unison. About a minute ago from would be about 10:51. So it would be about, I don't know what that is. Oh, yes, I do. It's about 2:50 in. Oh, it's pretty weird. I wonder how I can test where the POC really is. Isn't that bullshit? Let's check here. If I shut something off, I can put this volume profile on here, I think. Maybe I can do it without shutting something off. Let's check. No, not gonna work. Well, the POC is still way up here on TradingView also, right there. I don't like this delta profile very well, but there it is. And there's the POC. Way up here, in line with Bookmap. Not in line with IRT, which is down here. That's pretty magic. Jesus Christ. Jesus Cristo. Okay. What POC do you have for your ES there, Anton, if you're around? If not, that's perfectly cool too, but I'm curious. A crock of shit. What a crock. Boom, 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 boom. With all of this volume out here. Now, have I done something extra stupid I'm not knowing about? 830 to 1600? Nope. MES? What, is there something weird here or what? 7509, huh? Well, yeah, you're up here like IRT. Book map. Well, actually, no, you're not. That's full session 7509. The RTA session I have on book map is 7512 over here. But look at this bullshit over here. Boom, down we go. Boom, down we go. Boom, down we go. Down here it's 7481 half. When I slap on the volume profile thingy over here in whatever this is, Trading View, it's still up here at wherever you said. Still up here at about 12 half, based on RTH. Son of a man. Pretty frustrating, really. What to do? I guess the thing I could do, I've restarted IRT. I guess I could download the data and see what that does, which is what happens when you restart. So I don't know how that could change anything, but man, it's frustrating, you know. And no lags. So that's not it. You say again? Well, there you go. So Tam's got to go in today. Well, I restarted the data, and now the POC's up at 1275. Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, Tam had the day off, and there's been a big drama at her work thing. The lady who was the manager drug up last week and didn't tell anybody. So these three gals are trying to handle this themselves. That ought to be three inexperienced 18-year-olds. The guy that owns it seems to be deer in the headlights, or I don't know what. But we'll see what's going on now. So I've got to zoom out there, and then I guess I'll have to go back and get her at another time of day. And yeah. Oh well. Well, I got the POC figured out. What a crock of shit, huh? I'm sorry. What a crock of crap. What do you do? And all of a sudden, look at the volume profile. Now it matches bookmap. I should have made a screen snap of that before I before I did that, well, let's do this. Let's make a screen snap of the NQ just out of curiosity. I mean, it's in the stream, obviously. So that's not a... What did I do? Something. Wrong one. So there we have that. Let's just see what happens if I redo the NQ. Jesus Christ. I think I'm going to shit can all of this stuff and go back to using the Trade Evade or something that just works. Maybe I can figure out how to trade with TradingView. Seems to work. Wow. Really magnificently frustrating. Let's see where's the PO. Oh, so it's already done that. You see how the POC, it's already changed the volume profile from a minute ago, and the POC. God, gosh darn. It's bad enough the government's just making stuff up as it goes along, but now my trading data and charting's got to do the same thing. I'm not sure I want to deal with that. Okay, I got to start thinking about damn and driving now. Hold on. What am I doing? Who's on third? All right, so I've got to... Well, I've re-downloaded both of the MES and the MNQ, and the POC shifted and the volume profiles changed completely. Look at this volume profile in the NQ, similar to what it was up here. I didn't think to make a screen snap quickly of the MES when I did it, but look at the difference. Big. Well, wait a minute. Maybe I can do this. Yeah, look at the difference. The larger volume profile was at the bottom. The VPOC had migrated down here and was laying off down here. Now it's flipped completely the other way around, and the VPOC is up here at the top, on this case at 29,300. So that's just magnificently bullshit. Bullshit. to quote some movie or another. That's really sucks. And you said it, you said something. You said, oh yes, here we go. So here's the book map shift. And if I go over here to this one, what do we got? Yeah, it's still up here at 13 or 12.75. Wow, that's pretty disappointing. And now I got to drive across Texas to take our little gal out there to be a responsible young lady. It's a great experience for her, though. The boss drags up, and she at 18 and first job is going to take over managing this thing and ordering food and planning menus and scheduling people, and it ought to be pretty interesting. An old dad backing her up. Oh Christ! Well, maybe I can do that better than this. Yeah, so I'll be back when I'm back. All I know to do. This was a non-driving, unplanned day, so she's just headed off to the shower. I'll wait till she comes by the other way, and then I'll know to go organized. Man. Well, my bar trade would have been the one to do. My old-fashioned zone trade worked. 72 ticks. Maybe this damn thing here is not working. Who knows? And the IRT is just a giant pain in the ass. No lags though. Well, what a miracle. We don't have any lags, so that's That's something. What's happened over here? I suppose this is a big mess. Here is the ES. So we've had the ES migrate. And what did you say? 81. Is that what you got up here? No. See, the ES is still screwed up. So I'll do that one here. Yeah, it's freaking rodeo, man. Well, we'll download this and see what the hell happens. This is the ES, so it's all screwed up. Here we go again. Let me do that quickly before it updates. There's the ES. So you see the relationship of the columns. This is going to flip, I think. Let's see what happens. That's what happened with the. That's what happened on the other one. When it'll download and then it'll reprocess or recalculate everything. Oh, you know something else I might have been able to do. I always forget about it. I'll try it on the NQ when this is through downloading. If you hold the shift and click this little twirly button down here, well, this one here, it'll recalculate everything. Yeah, and 81, and now we're at 81, so we're okay on the ES. Who knows about the NQ? Okay, so that ES is right now, correct? I should say. This one's still standing. These are proper now, according to whatever else I have. But look here, different. You see this? The MNQ. Look at that volume. And the NQ, again, reversed. I'm sure it'll go the other way. Son of a bitch. Oh well, I better get going. Things like my pants, my Levi's, you know, all that important crap. Well, it's happened again. Oh no. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, here we go. Mad Hatter's Wild Ride. So I guess everything's okay. I'll see you when I'm back. Yeah, if you're gone before I'm back, well, have a good one. It's a relay race on the kid running, right? What a pain in the ass, really. I got to get going now. I will see you in a bit. All right, so sorry, stream, for the disruption. And yeah, what can I say? I guess I have it on the right thing here, and I'll leave it on Bookmap. It seems to be running accurately. Well, that was an exciting Mad Hatter's Wild Ride across Texas. Yeah, and now everything's great. Jesus Christ. Everything's wonderful now, I guess. MOU's back on, no more war. Economy's great. Oh boy. What a crazy deal, huh? Right back to the VWAP and above the open. So far this big statement has been just a complete waste of time. Yeah, which is, yeah, I kind of agree with that. What's happened with the anything else here? Wow. Pretty amazing, huh? It's just so handy, this thing. Wonder why I went there, huh? Let's look. The drop, the turnaround, just a little below there. Oop, down here, I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3. Well, I think, and we got another doji going on over here, which seems to be the thing to do lately. Or hammer, or whatever it is. So here we go. Tea, and it's the middle of the day already. Well, I guess mean reversion's the name of the game today. I guess this stupid thing's working. I don't know. So I've got 75.10. Now IRT says it's 75.18. Man, this sucks. I'm going to close that gap. So we're going to close the gap and double break the IB. Huh. Now, if I was a gambling man, so there's a 17% probability we'll double break them, and a 1.9 we won't. We've already taken one. So now we're moving in on taking two. 9 out of 52 days did we do that. We're going to do that again today, from the looks of it. This is a situation where if you were IRT, or what's his name, Murad Askar, or FT71, you'd lean on the high, and because you've got an 80-something% probability that you only break one. So that's a reasonable bet that you're going to not take that high. But I don't think in reality with the liquidity like it is, and the VPOC up here and this big pullback off the low, I'd say we're probably going to double take them, which also means closing the gap. Well, there we are, double breakout. So yeah, exactly. No part of that thing worked according to the data. But anyway, no harm, no foul, I guess. So now what is this? Is this an IB double IB break continuation? Flip off the ledge? Jesus, what a day! Crazy. So it's a pretty crazy day on all fronts, it looks like. The geopolitical, the trading, and locally here, personally. I don't know what to say. Anyway, hope everything's working good for somebody. Well, that's about enough of that. Finally made it back. Anyway, thanks a lot for stopping by. Risk neutral trading. I'll be doing the Globe Extreme tonight from 1900, probably, and then tomorrow morning. Hopefully, it'll be an uninterrupted, uncrazy day. Have a great night. I hope you're somewhere safe and warm, and it's not too bad for you. It's 97 here. About 38, 36.